Okay, everybody. So remember, we sold the Nvidia calls we bought down here. You pretty much already hit the target. You were up 200% already. We then took that money, threw it right back into the market for some shorts. Chipotle is now in a position that we could buy it. We also shorted gold. And we're in a long on euro. Currently, we're up around 2,000 right now. If you guys also have the euro trade as well, you could just put your stop losses just in case. I want to see if this is going to jump to around right here. So that's my next target. After that target, of course, the high and then the new high. For Tesla, leave it alone for now. Lululemon looks like it's ready to buy here. Or ready to be bought, I should say. Let's go over here to these charts. Let's go to the SPY now. See what's going on. After we sold the Nvidia call, we then bought an Nvidia put for 2 days out. Very aggressive. I want to see if this is just going to flatline here and fall out the sky again. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Again, the market wants to make a new high. We were successfully correct with that. We told everybody last night before the market closed that you were going to gap up overnight, just due to the fact that you need to now create new highs. And the best way for you to create a new high is for you to gap up to it. We're then going to play puts right back down to the 200 moving average. After you hit the 200 moving average or fall towards it, you still could fall down a little bit lower here, as you could tell. We're going to hop into a call like right around 651 here. And then we're going to play the upside going into the next couple days for you to potentially start running towards 656, 657. The Nvidia put is insurance. The Nvidia put is insurance, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're going to keep trading Nvidia like that. We literally made back all of our Nvidia losses and have profit now. So every single contract that we traded on Nvidia the last 2 months, with just one contract, we made all that money back. Which is perfect. That's exactly what I told everybody a couple weeks ago. The next thing that's on our list is to make some money back for, I mean, what do we have to make money back for? We already made money back for Tesla. We made it back for Nvidia. So across the board, everybody should be profitable in every single trade that we did. The next thing we got to do today is just trade SPY. Forex is completely, profitable. We haven't taken a single loss on Forex at all. So it's pretty amazing. What else can we do here? I don't think we got to do nothing else. We just got to wait now. Wait for our entries. Wait for this thing to look a little better. And then we'll go from there. Because think about it. If the market just keeps killing value right now, the first thing we're going to do as a team here is wait for this to make the next move. And then we're going to start to trade. So let's say if you run up first, it's okay. We're just going to buy some puts at 656. Let's say if you fall down first, again, it's okay. We already have some puts on the board, so now we're just pretty much waiting right now. All right, anything else we could do here? We're going to get into a bigger trade, but not right now. Oh my God, gold just crashed the second we bought that. We're up $800 on gold already. I'm just going to take profit. I mean, actually, before I take profit, let me just go look at the chart real quick. Let's make sure we're not making a mistake here. We told everybody when you hit the white circle, buy a put. And currently you barely even fell from it, everybody. That's crazy. That's wild. So I literally got in like right here. Just because of that little red right there, we're up $1,000 now. 1.2. So if you fall straight down to here again and you go lower, this trade is most likely going to go up to, I don't know, like 20,000. You're already up 2,000 already. Yeah, this is wild. Yeah, I'm not selling this. Even if the market goes up higher, we'll just take a full loss on these contracts. Last time this occurred, you fell straight down from this white box, straight down to this white box. If my math is correct, we're going to be up around 200,000 just from this one trade. If my math is correct, just from $10,000. So let's see. If you guys are also in the gold trade, you could just sell it for a profit. And let's move on to the next name. All right, so we're trading gold. We're trading Forex. What else can we trade? Let's trade oil. Let's go to the oil. OIL. Wait, what is the ticker for it? I already forgot the ticker for it. What is the ticker for oil? Isn't that like US oil or something? Oh, crude oil. CL. There you go. Let's go take a look at the oil chart here. All right, so oil is also at a selling point. However, you have a nice base right there. You just came from a very swift move from the top. You're right back at the midpoint of that move to the downside. I think we should wait for this to get it somewhere over here and then maybe play the puts. For some reason, oil is frightening me right now, so we're just going to give it a second here. We entered into our last oil trade all the way over here. We only traded oil once, actually no, twice before. We got calls down here. We sold it for a couple thousand up here. Then we bought puts up here and sold it for a couple thousand, I think right here in the middle. I don't think I let it fall down a lot last time we bought the puts. I'm pretty sure it was really quick. Because when you went down, we were profitable. Then you went against us. We were negative a couple thousand. And then as soon as you went here, we just sold it. So right now, you're way lower, of course. Maybe we should wait for this to make a new low down here. Towards this red box right here. Because look at how the market is perfectly listening to this trading style. Again, this is the same trading style that I've taught you guys for SPY and all these other companies. It works for every single thing you could think of around the world. Whether it's Forex, crypto, whether it's futures. That's why it's so easy for me to trade everything. Because you don't even really have to think anymore. You just got to do it. Just listen to the charts. Tesla's falling here. Dogecoin. I was going to go long right down here, but we didn't yet. I wish you can short the future, short crypto. I think you could short crypto futures. But yeah, I wish you could short the futures. Or not the futures, but crypto in general. Just the same way you short stocks. For the Nvidia put, we're going to sell it for around $300. That's what I'm thinking right now. And then Cody, you said you took a short on Mumu. Let's go take a look at Mumu, everybody. If you have any names that are oversold, be sure to send it into the YouTube chat. Yeah, Mumu's just stuck up here, as you all can tell. Give me 1 second. Let me give the bunny some water. All right. So yeah, I do not like this back and forth with Mumu here. We could go long. I'm looking at it. Now that I'm looking at it, we can go long once you hit pretty much right here actually. Quarter point, top point, bottom point, halfway point. Yeah, you might be able to go long right here on Mumu. Let me check the calls real quick. Yeah. What price is it at? 186. Yeah, these things are expensive, let me tell ya. Yeah, I think we're just gonna leave it for now, and then we'll come back to this later today to see if they get cheaper. Let's go take a look at Tesla. Nah. Euro. We're still waiting for you. Oil. Let's go check gold one more time before we basically leave it alone for the rest of the day. Okay, we're up 1,000. Max was around 2,000 right there. Those NVIDIA calls, they did wonderful today. That was wonderful. All right, we're done with gold. We're done with all this other stuff. We don't got to look at it no more. How about ES futures? Let's go take a look at that. All right, so for ES futures, you might end up back down here, everybody. If this keeps tanking like this, and you can't retain any level of support above 6,500, 6,533 specifically, again, just be very careful. Everybody can see my screen? Yes, sir, Meech. Make sure you take your notes, buddy. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Remember, we got to put on NVIDIA. This looks like this is just going to fall out the sky again. Just 2 days out. I want to see if we could test something really aggressive. And then we have Lululemon that we're going to play some calls on shortly. All right, so boom, we did that. Boom, we did that. What else do we have to do here? I'm gonna start posting everything now. By the way, Wad, if you have some time during the market open, anywhere around now, just let me know. I want to make sure we can have a conversation since we couldn't have a conversation last night. Just to make sure your charts, you know, they're updated and you got everything done in the background in terms of the weekly boxes and stuff like that. The supply and demand zones, you now have those set up, so that's perfect. But yeah, just give me a message. Let me know if you're free, and then we'll start to break it down. Let's do it, Wad. Remember, we sold the NVIDIA position. We got rid of it. Sold it for 200%. It ended up going to around 400%, 300%, I believe. And then we got a put for NVIDIA. We're using this as insurance for SPY to fall down tomorrow because of CPI. Whenever you get a run-up because of PPI, normally, oftentimes, you get a shutdown on CPI. Vice versa. They're both the same thing pretty much. So they go hand in hand with each other. I'll see you guys a little bit later, all right? What's good, everybody? What's good? You said one sentence can manipulate the stock market? Yeah, honestly, I don't watch that Trump stuff and all that. That's, like I told you, it's just nonsense. All this news is just to make you emotional, to make you trade worse. I never noticed that, by the way. Like, I was basically trading with people and using news and all this stuff for 3 years. Once I stopped using it, I was like, wait a second. Why am I now more consistent? You know, I was way more consistent for some reason. And I couldn't put my finger on it, but yeah. It was just simply due to the fact that the news was making me emotional. And psychologically, it was manipulating me. Which is why they have news in the first place. Just to psychologically manipulate everybody. Same thing with the YouTube. In terms of videos. So I'm telling y'all, just don't watch the news. There's no point. Just have a good news source just in case if you see a crazy news report that pops up. You can obviously see it, of course, right? You got to be able to see that stuff. What's good, everybody? Good morning. You know what we need to do right now, everybody? What we need to do is we need a round of applause right here. Absolutely a round of applause. Every single stock and company and ticker and everything we're trading is literally smack dab perfect. We made all of our money back from any losses with Nvidia, Tesla, SPY. We already made back all those losses. So for today, we're going to get into a bigger trade. The euro, we never took a loss. And there's no need to knock on wood because this is not luck. This is simply knowledge and skill. That's all this is. So again, we're not going to take another loss at all, is what I feel. Unless you just get shut down randomly out the sky. Then we'll take a loss like for like a random quick move like this, right? If we just get slow price action, we're going to be A-okay, everybody. You are slowing down here, so this is looking like it's forming another peak to potentially take you down lower. So what I am going to do is I'm just going to put a stop loss at about $100 profit. So if this falls back down again, it'll just tap me out basically at, break even. For gold, we're just going to hold it. We're not going to put a stop loss on gold. What else? Nvidia, no stop loss. Nvidia, we're holding it to tomorrow. I want to see this thing get shut down right back towards 171, 172. Currently, the options right now that we have for Nvidia, the strike price is 172, 172.5. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can hype ourselves up a little bit more here. Get into some more trades. Intel. Please, Intel. Are you ready? We've been waiting 2 weeks for you. You were the money-making machine. Where are you at? Come on, Intel. Come on. We need this thing to drop right back down to $22, ladies and gentlemen. If it could drop down here, we're going to rock and roll with these contracts. We're going to see if we can actually get some more positions here. And we're going to start aiming for something a little bit greater. It really likes 652 as a base. So what I want to see here is the market go down a tiny bit lower. What time is it right now? 10 o'clock. Perfect. Let's look at the puts real quick. All right, everybody. We just got puts for 652. 652 puts, everybody. We're going to hold this for about 30 minutes. My back. So again, everybody, we bought 652 puts here. Let's go ahead and add the reversal points now on the screen. Where did I put them? There they are. Once you hit 656, we're going to buy some 5-day contracts, just like we told everybody yesterday. Excellent, Vikash. You sold that for some good profit right there. Excellent. Excellent percentages so far, everybody. Across the board. There we go. Again, I want to see us fall down to 651 towards the 200-day moving average at around 1030 to 1040. And after we do that, because we told everybody the market was going to gap up, right? We told everybody the market was going to potentially have a ghost touch. So far it's check, check, check. The next thing that's part of that checklist is going to be to hit 1.5 here. Contracts are still the same price, so we're not going to buy another one yet. And then we want to see this drop right back down to 650. 181, if not right around here, 652.22. 652.22, everybody. Now you're at 1.5. Holding the SPY for insurance, excellent. Absolutely excellent. There we go, Cody. $650.89. All right, perfect. This should be able to take this $500 account, and I'm going to be selling out for around $1,200 to $1,300. We're then going to throw in the whole entire $1,300 right back into the calls for a nice 20%, 30% gain, and try to see if we could take this $500 account to $2,000 today. First, we're going to play the downside. on the SPY, and then after we get the downside we're looking for, we're going to just switch it back up, start playing the upside again. So let's go ahead and take a look at some other names now. Any names you guys want to look at real quick? Let me know. Intel, still not ready yet. SMCI, still not ready yet either. Marvel on IREN went up 20% yesterday. Let's go take a look, everybody. IREN. IREN. I always forget what this company is. I believe it's at a high too, right? Yeah, it's at the all-time high. So you hit King's Point and fell, everybody. Now you're above King's Point. You fell down into King's Point, and now you're holding. I would not trade this at all. So if you have longs on this, I would just hold it right now. You could just copy the boxes and see where the next 1/2 point is, which is going to be right up here. Because right now it looks like you're at the 1/8 point, right? Which is this point right here. Which you basically are. So since you're below it, yeah, you could say this is bearish. Yes. You could potentially enter into a put here. 100%. But it's just a little bit more dangerous now because you already fell down, held here. So if you fall, it is going to fall lower because of where you held that last. However, if you do hold here, I could see this at the 1/2 point. And I'd much rather get some puts up here, if anything. So that's for IREN. For Dell, beautiful run up. AMAT. Yeah, everything is pretty much running up and doing exactly what we wanted it to do. Snow. TSM. What in the world happened to TSM here? That is a little ridiculous. 213 straight to 290 within a matter of just 8 days. I could see this falling right back down to the halfway point, right? Halfway point is going to be right around here. Basically, we could play puts to the top of 240. TSM, has it had a higher high than this? Let me check. I don't think so. I think this is the highest high. Yeah, I think we can get some puts on TSM here. We'll wait for the SPY contracts, sell out of the SPY, take some of the profit, throw it back into TSM, take the rest of the capital, and then throw it back into the SPY calls. We could do that. See if we can start leveling up these smaller accounts. Because we need to do 40 of them, so right now we only have about 10 of them done. So we have a lot more accounts that we gotta start to grow here. Anything else we could do? Lucid. They did a reverse split, I believe. Not too long ago they did a reverse split. So for Lucid, what we're waiting for is you to actually fall right back down. I don't think we're gonna buy this at all. Yeah, look at that reverse split. That's how you could tell when my lines look like that. Yeah, look at this. Absolutely garbage. Unfortunately. A lot of these electric car companies, they just took people's money and ran away. It's terrible. QuantumScape, that's not that bad. Rivian is terrible. XPEV is one of the good ones, and you are actually at a support here. So potentially we could get something for XPEV. You guys said Lyft. Let's go take a look at Lyft. We'll take a look at Lyft and Uber. Yo, they're charging crazy ass prices for these Lyfts. I don't know if you guys have noticed. It's like double Uber now. I don't know if they're doing that for earnings. It could be. They tend to do stuff like that around a moment right before earnings is going to come out. So if it's 56 days from now, I could see them doing that for the next 30 days before they start maybe giving people discounts on their app. Let's go look at Uber. Uber. Yeah, Uber is absolutely phenomenal. This does look like it's going to potentially, but then again, you hit the top, you fell to the quarter point, hit the top, fell to the quarter point, ran to the quarter point, fell to this quarter point, ran to the top. I could see you fall into the middle, yeah, following this red line here. So you could see Uber falling out the sky here to this red line down here. The first thing we're going to do here is create a box using the legendary DARP. All right, now everybody. Now we have some direction. You actually ended up perfectly hitting that midpoint before you ran up higher. What that tells me right there is that this box actually lines up with another box. Especially if you're listening to a new box that you just made right now, and it has prior points of you touching midpoints and stuff like that. Watch this. You can measure it from here. Put the box right up here like this. And Uber's first trend from 2021, you're basically at the quarter point right now. You're a little bit above it. So if you actually draw another box from here to here, and then you draw another one from here to here, you're basically listening to that point right there, which is the previous 1/8 point. So that's kind of cool. Not kind of, that's really cool, honestly. That's insane. That's double, that's 1/4, that would be 1/8. Yeah, excellent. So we could go short here, but it does have some space to run up a little bit more to 114. So let's go take a look at Uber here. Take a little screenshot, and then let's take a look at SPY. Has anything changed yet? So far, nothing has changed. Let's take a look at what else can we take a look at. We could take a look at NVIDIA again. I might just take my profit on Euro, this $3,000, and just get a move on. Yeah, I'm going to take profit here. So again, everybody, I'm going to take profit on Euro so I don't have to pay attention to too many things later on today. We sold it for 2,000 right there. We lost some profit off the top of the table, but that's okay. Let's go take a look at gold now, see if we want to get rid of that. Okay, so we're down 1,500 on gold. We'll give it a second. We'll take a look at the charts later on today, just to see if we could do anything else, see if we can average down into the play. Nothing's changed for that. Nothing's changed for this. Let's take a look at the futures real quick. Not just the futures, but I want to look at SPX. So let's go over here. Go over here. Go to here. Let's search up SPX. SPX. I also want to trade oil right now, but I'm not trying to force it. Let's just take some profit from gold or something and then throw into oil. So for SPX on the weekly boxes, you sold your SPY call for 60%. Excellent, Cody. There we go. All right, so for SPX, you're practically at, what point is this? You're at a 1/4 point. Yeah, you're still stuck at that same damn 1/4 point. Is this last night? Yeah, that's last night. You need to hold above this 1/4 point in order for SPY and SPX and everything else to go up higher. After you hold above that 1/4 point, you need to run up to here, which is 6,583. So again, I'm short on SPY, but short for the short term. We're not short for the long term. In terms of the mid to long term on SPY, again, we are going to be long on it. For the really short term, we're just short right now, just so we can get a nice little drop, because again, we know how to trade the SPY. We know how to use these trading styles effectively. We just got to wait and be patient, just like yesterday and the days before. I want you guys to use and recognize all the trades that I had you get into that were bad on purpose, and I want you all to write them down. Go to my Discord. You'll find all the trades that we got into. I post them all there. And then I want you to have a kind of like a little research event for yourself where you're researching all the trades that I gave you, like Nvidia last week, or what other trades that we got into that were bad. It was just one Nvidia trade for $40, one Tesla trade for $50. What else did we get into that was bad? Anybody remember? I think that's pretty much it. I think it was just those two. You even created some supply and demand zones on Moomoo, Cody. Excellent. You said, yeah, that was all? Yeah, so I think that's the only losses we've had here. So think about that for a second. Add that up, and then add up how much wins we had. You know, it's not even close. And that's the beautiful part, everybody. Even when you have a loss, don't worry about it. It's okay. It doesn't mean it's actually a loss yet. You got to arrange the trends, arrange the technicals, and see what you can do. See where you have a fighting chance. We're still going to fix up those $4 to $1 million accounts. We had all the notes be put on one screen yesterday. We just got a little sidetracked with everything else we were doing. So that's the next goal right now. Welcome, everybody. Oh, we had one of you sign up for the YouTube memberships. But remember, everybody, for the YouTube memberships, I still had to fix them. I haven't got around to do that. I'm definitely going to add some, you know, different things to the YouTube memberships just so it's worthwhile. But for now, I wouldn't sign up for the YouTube membership. So for the individual that just signed up, let me know if you want me to give you a refund. Because there's nothing there yet, you know. So I wouldn't want you to pay for something if there's nothing there. So just let me know. Let's put some music on. I'm feeling some rock and roll. And then I might take a little step outside the house for a second because I woke up a little bit late there. Kind of want to see the sun real quick. We're already in our SPY puts, so we still have time. It's 10:24. I could see you falling down here by 11 now. Again, you're not going to fall all the way. You're going to fall most likely right beneath the opening price, if not a little bit below that low. That's all I want for downside. If you never have any downside, it's all right. We'll just make back whatever we lost today when we buy the puts at the top at 656. And then what we could do is potentially play the 5-day puts right at that level as well. So yeah, we'll play the calls going back up to that level. We just got to give the market some time. Just give it some time, everybody. On Snapchat, we were up a ridiculous amount this morning. We were up almost like $200 on these plays. So let's go look at Snap real quick. Because right now it's down. Yeah, so we were up $200 right here. And you keep falling to the same previous low. So I'm thinking you're going to launch up here soon, everybody. You have another opportunity to buy Snapchat. If you're part of the Discord and you join the Discord, let's just say my fault, I'm yawning. But if you just joined the Discord this week, what you could do is you could potentially I did a paper trade. So let's see, somebody said they did a paper trade. But remember, we told everybody to kind of take a step back, take a step away from the crypto stuff. Until I see everybody here has the potential to trade SPY perfectly. I kind of don't want you guys trading these extra names. So remember, unless you could profit with SPY, don't touch any more names, any random names. Just leave it for the background, you know. Leave it for the side burner. By the way, Cody, my fault for last night. I completely knocked out. We were talking and I just randomly passed out. Nah, yeah. I'm taking a look at that right now, actually. So yeah, the wedges, you got the wedges down packed. Okay, so Cody, this is one thing I want you to learn here. It's a really useful tool. It's really cool. If you take that bottom wedge line, copy it to the top of wherever that's at on August 22nd, and just put that bottom line at the top. Yes. Or what picture is this? Let me see. Mumu. Yep. And then that right there is your beginning. Um, it's kind of like your entry, your beginning entrance in terms of the silo fibs. I'll show you next up how to do a bunch of other cool stuff with it. But for now, I want your brain to kind of see how insane just having these lines are. Right? Yeah, those are one of my favorite trading styles, honestly. I told you guys this, but supply and demand zones took me the longest to make. It took me 2 years to perfect it. I wasn't, and honestly, let me be real with you guys. Was I really trying throughout those 2 years to perfect it? No, I was not. I was half-assing it every day. I wasn't. Some days I wasn't even using it. Some days I wasn't even listening to it. Wasn't respecting it. Taking losses all over the place. And it wasn't until I started actually trying to perfect it, which was towards the end of 2023, that everything started to really change in terms of my understanding of technicals. That's also around the same time I stopped watching the news. Around, not the beginning of 2023, more towards the end, truthfully. All right, everybody, so I'm going to leave you on this screen here for a second. I'm going to go take a walk around the block. I'm going to get some sunlight. We'll come back, sell the puts, dump it into some calls. We'll have a good day here. Remember, we got to go up at least 500% per day. So if we can at least bring this account to 2,000, I'll be happy with that. And then what we're going to do is, if we could take this account to 1,200 with just this trade right here with the puts, I'm going to dump around $200 at the end of the day into a really cheap play and see if we could take that 200 to 1,000 just like that. We could do that as well. So it all depends on how much profit we make here. Remember, if you need to call me and talk to me, now's the best time, everybody. I'm not going to take that long. I'll definitely be back before 11:30. Not even 11:30, like 11 o'clock. Because I want to make sure we can sell this put. Remember, if you don't have the Discord, look at Mumu and I will be telling you when I sell the put there. The second I'm about to sell it. In the meantime, if you guys would like to help out the whole entire community here, you could just search up some other names that are oversold or, you know, anything that you think we could buy. I love stuff at the highs or at the lows. So if you find something at a high or at a low, it's usually a lot easier for us to profit. There's a lot less stuff we got to worry about, a lot less inconsistencies. And I'll show you how and why it's more work in the middle. It's not, let me not say it's more work, it's not. It just depends on how the trends trended to the middle. You know what I mean? Like how it fell to the middle from the top or how it ran up to the middle from the bottom. That's what it really relies on. All right, so give me a second.
Tired of circling the block for parking? Meet Hold That Space, the app that
Hello, darkness, my old. Yo, Silo.
Uber!
Is that you?
Yes, it is. Sorry about that. I'm on the phone with somebody.
Oh, okay. Going on, man. Oh my god. How's everybody doing today? Oh, that's just amazing. Crickets. Cody. Must be doing good if you're eating chocolate chip cookies right now. Damn, she got a fat ass. Sorry. I hope there's no women in here. Sorry. Come on. Thoughts. I just got out of, I was doing a police court officer exam. 70 questions in there from fucking 9:15. I just got out. I'm on the fucking market. It's in the sky right now, on its way down, probably trying to close that big ass gap from PPI information. Uh, turn the AC on. Yeah, I know, right? It's all right though. I mean, I took a firefighter exam probably like in May, and I think that had maybe like 90 questions. Dude, it was like a whole bunch of shit. I was studying that thing for like 3 months though. Really trying to get my life back on track, man. Need a career. Yeah, it's just, you know, and it has to do with the psychological fact that if you can deal with like overwhelming, questions and a lot of thought process, then, you're fit for that field of work because that's what it'll entail mentally. But I feel like if you day trade, you're more than prepared for anything. I honestly think, man, there's sometimes you thinking that, you know, things going in your direction. When them big whale hedge fund guys is just like, nah, not today, little guys. We're in control. I mean, yeah. Patience, my friend, patience. The name of the game. Or, we learn the hard way, which I've done on multiple occasions. Patience, discipline, strategy. Shit. Can you pull a late shift for some, Cody? You know that sugar? I had a Red Bull yesterday. I was fucking cracked till like 1:30. Then I started crashing. And I was like, damn, this sucks. It's like the mind is all jittery, brain's got like a million thoughts, and then like the body's just like trying to catch up. Monster coffee. Like, is that like the energy drink plus the coffee? Oh, it's 350. Oh, that's a 370. It's pretty nice. A nice color too. Damn it! I think I took the long way home. Fuck. Triple shot ones. Fuck, might as well just get an espresso. They just be making anything to fuck people's lives up. They don't even care anymore. And I don't know if this is true or not. I think excessive amounts of sugar lead to brain fog. Don't quote me on that. But I've seen some posts. Yeah, bro. That's when it's like, it's you gotta have the mind body together. Gotta do something in unison. Unison. That's all right. Well, I don't even think that's a word. Unison. Gotta have them flowing together at the same type of pace. Something. Is today the 10th or the 9th? Today's the 10th. Hey, so I think Salo's birthday is like 5-6 days. Salo, when's your birthday? 5? 5 more days? Pretty sure it's September 15th. Today's Wednesday. Based on notes, it should be consolidation, but take into account previous week was a short week, so we missed out on Monday. So there might be an extra day in the week for an extra big move. And then there's also a lot more information coming out today. We had PPI, which did that, and then pretty sure they have something to talk about next week is rate cuts. So they'll probably shorten it. They won't want to do too much of it. Big money is big money. She might not close the gap. She might not close the gap, eh? Yeah.
Thank you, Hoover. I appreciate you, brother, for filling in those noiseless gaps. I appreciate that.
Bro, of course, I want to be active. This is a community here. You got to be able to, bounce ideas off each other. That's the whole idea of this thing. Because if not, we might as well just.
Sometimes, I do so much work, brother. Sometimes I'm here late at night, early mornings, and I don't give myself a chance to breathe, and it's just like these moments of not having to talk. It really does help me kind of reset a little bit, because it's a lot of work, bro.
Oh, it's energy. It's energy, bro.
Yeah.
Regardless, as long as your brain's moving, you're thinking of something, you're doing something, you're exerting some form of energy. So there has to be, some downtime for you to reach. It don't matter if we're all in here, you're there and not saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're still doing something, but you're not exert and you're trying to recharge.
100%.
I get it, bro. But I was saying though, your birthday's on the 15th, right?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
I still don't know what I want to do. I was texting one of my boys from Japan, and I was thinking about pulling up on him. But I don't know. I kind of want to spend my birthday over here with you guys.
Bro, you did that last year, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Come on, stop.
I know I did that last year, but last year I didn't have the same structure I have now in terms of the ability of trading and the confidence of it and the ability of teaching. Like I would much rather my teaching get to the point where it can cover the trips by itself without the trading. Even though I just made 20,000 on one of my accounts and I could pay for my trip, it's like if I pay for it with that money, this shit has no meaning to me. You know what I mean? So
I get that.
You know what I mean? Like that's why I'm trying to, make sure that the trading is good enough so that we can have some new members, so that the old members could make money, and then everything is right. Everything's ethical. Everything has meaning to it. And if I can make money from teaching people, and I can get like let's just say I make 4,000 a month, because right now I'm making only 2,000 a month right now from teaching. And with how much people are in the server, I should be making 7,000. But because we're giving people discounts and trying to help people out, it's like it's not helping me at the end of the day. It's kind of making me continuously cash a short end of the stick. Because these individuals, they could pay for their shit. They could make enough money. And with that being said, that will take me to the next level. So until people realize that, I'm not going to force myself to use my own ability to get taken to that next level. I want people to do it with me, alongside me, because they believe that's what I deserve. Truly. So we'll see. We'll see how this next week goes. I'm definitely going to make the bread that I need to make. I definitely need my car. That's my goal. And for everybody else who's in the Discord, remember, in order for you to be in my Discord, I want you to be able to make money. So if you're not making no money, you need to be able to talk to me and confess that to me so that we can come up with a plan so that you can make money. Every single one of you. Sherman, your trade yesterday, that trade was wavy. That was a jump of experience. Prime, we got to talk, brother. I've been watching from the sidelines, and we got to talk. We got to fix up the situation. We know you have potential, Prime. We know you're one of the best, but sometimes we get taken on this road of just darkness where it's like a snowball effect. You're going to keep rolling until you reach the bottom of the mountain, So in terms of everybody else, Stefan, we got to fix the charts. AC, we got to have a one-on-one. Randy, we got to talk again. Cody, we got to start talking so we could build these charts. Sherman, again, yesterday was fantastic, but we still had to build these charts. Hoover, you already know what's up. If you're free, pull up on me whenever you're free, and I'll fix your charts. We'll bounce heads with each other.
We'll fix them together.
Fix that shit together, brother. Because nothing has to be done alone no more. We're all together. This is all family. Same thing with you, Louis.
Any man
after tonight's done, we're going to fix that shit up.
Will not learn the proper principles of him doing it himself.
Say that again?
Damn, that was some wisdom right there. Any man who has someone else do something for him will not have, the principles to learn it himself. Don't do it himself. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, if somebody's doing something for you, you're not physically getting the full experience, hands-on or mentally, whatever it is.
It's like controlled. It's like if I give you guys trades and I could literally make you guys pay me as much money as I want you to pay me. I hope you understand that. Because if I literally just give you better trades and you're making more money, you would have no problem giving me more money. I could weasel my way to making more money, but I don't choose to do that unethical bullshit because the whole world continuously does that to each other.
It just leads people down a dark hole. Because it's like now they're really leeching. Now it's like now they're really not learning anything. They're just waiting, and then when you do give them a bad trade, then they're stomping all over you.
Yeah. Tell me about it, brother. I see it every single time. Then people start questioning the success. People start questioning the ability. And you question what you want to question. That's none of my business. But there's nothing that needs to be questioned besides the attention span that we all have with each other here. Because if you're, being attentive, you'll have all your answers. who I truly am as a person, what my true goal is, what my true ambitions, what my motives are, where my heart is. It all speaks volumes. It speaks before I can even actually come up with a ulterior situation that makes me seem better. The truth, or the authenticity always is louder than anything. And that's what I've learned. So as long as everybody here is being authentic, they're trying to learn, trying to progress. Like, think about it. In the morning time, we had about 20 students on Discord. Now there's only, including you, Hoover, there's only 8. What happened to everybody else? Did they lose money? Did they tell me they were going to take a little break for today? Did they tell me they were going to leave? They just disappeared. So it's like the way that respect works. For example, let me tell you this as well. I told the whole entire YouTube chat to post their notes, post their charts, and not one person has done it yet. It's like even the YouTube doesn't really want to actually level themselves up. They just want to take the short end of the stick, honestly. They want to be used by people. They want to have to need people and shit like that. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't post their charts. I don't know why they don't do what I say, but it's like it's going to get to a point where eventually I'm just going to start banning people again. And they'll make another account, but I'll just ban them again once I see that they can't grow. It's not because I hate people. It's not because I'm trying to be such a king and, I'm trying to sit on the throne and make people feel like a little piece of shit or something like that, like they don't have the potential. But it's just like, you guys are literally self-sabotaging yourselves, and I see it, and I'm not gonna stand here for that. Even if you're giving me money, I'm not gonna allow you to self-sabotage. I can't.
You know what I really want? I want to catch one of those charting parties y'all did like last week. Y'all
did a chart party?
Yeah, that shit dope. I think everybody had a share screen on while they charting.
Yep.
I think that's I gotta get in one of them, man. Let me know next time we do one of those, man.
We'll do that shit tonight.
Like music playing, everybody vibing, smoking, drinking, doing whatever you do, but putting the work in. You feel me? Making these charts.
Tonight, man. What's going on?
Yeah, let's do this shit tonight. We'll fix up. I'll fix up all 500 charts I have of the whole entire S&P 500, and then we'll come up with some more buys and sells, because once we hit a couple 100,000, we're definitely gonna need some shit we could throw our money into, and we got to plan that now before we even make $1 million. That's why the growth, the consistency, and the repetition actually occurs, because the planning is so profoundly innovative and so profoundly above what your normal brain would think. It literally allows you to kind of take a speed boost to that next level. So it's like you hit $1 million and boom, speed boost straight to 10 billion. Sounds crazy, I know, but that's just how it is. So it's all about setting up the speed boost before you get to that level that takes you to the next level. Same thing with the SPY trades today, right? We took our gain today slow as hell. I told everybody yesterday I wanted to turn $600 into 6,000. So far, we only turned 500 into 600. That's it. But that's okay. It happens. I'm still watching. I'm waiting. Let this shit drop down. Let these contracts get cheaper. Let the market do whatever it wants to do. Let it go against our first trade. Not really the first trade, but the second trade. And in the market doing so, we'll actually have another opportunity to actually do a little bit better, to get a higher gain. So who knows? We might get 2,000%. We might turn $600 into 12,000, right? Well, I guess it's not really. No, yeah, it kind of is, right? Did I do the math wrong? I think I just did the math wrong right there. What's 600 times 20? 600 times 20, that equals 12,000. No, yeah, I did the math right. You just joined. You paid for the YouTube chart. You got it, boss. Remember what I told you earlier was that I need to fix the YouTube membership. So those of you who are subscribing directly to YouTube instead of Patreon, recognize that I need to fix that stuff. It's not fixed yet. So if you would like a refund, because there's not that much information there right now, there's no use for it. Let me know and I'll give you a refund, and then I'll let you guys know whenever I fixed up the YouTube memberships, just in case you guys want that. But for now, just let me know if you want that refund, because there's no reason for you to pay for anything. Unless, of course, you're joining the main Discord, which has all the information and all the different characteristics of success that everybody has ran through or has failed with. It's like patterns. So it's, in my opinion, the most important thing. It's crazy how we have already 5 different Discords. You know that? Forex, futures, crypto, and the option stuff is crazy. Like last year, when I first started teaching, I was like, I always wanted to do something like that. You know, like trade the whole entire, like not just the stock market, but all markets. I don't know. I find that as just cooler.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
it's just me being
I
childish.
agree. That's not being childish. That's a bigger game. Hey, Salo.
What's good, brother?
All right, I just thought of something. Is an obsessive thought the same thing as a desire?
Well, no, because desires don't want you to think about them. You just desire it. An
But you're
obsessive thought.
constantly thinking about it. Okay, maybe. Okay, yeah. I don't mean for it to be a trick question.
No. I was trying to just answer it truthfully. Like, you know, it sounded like a question.
Yeah, I agree. In my opinion, obsessive thought might not be a desire. You know what I mean? Some people have obsessive thoughts about addiction, and they're trying to break away from that addiction. So I don't necessarily, their desire is to be addiction free, but this obsessive thought can be the exact opposite. You know what I mean? A hindrance.
Okay.
Right. That's a good way to say it.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Because you know, I be reading my books, man. So I was reading. I recommend this book to everybody. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I'm almost done finished reading it. Last chapter, he's talking about like it's about your thought process on things and how you think about things on a daily basis, like having a burning desire to really go after the goal or the thing that you most desire, and you wake up, you think about it, you go to sleep, you think about it. It's just something that you want to happen, and regardless of what happens, what's going on in life, or shit comes up, try to derail you.
Oh, sound like Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah.
Look, see, I don't read a few books, bro. Hey, yeah, nah, that's
No,
different.
that's
That
that's
right.
that's a top book, bro.
You want your desire to become an obsessive thought. You know what I mean? That's true. You know what I mean? The more like the way my interpretation of the book is like let's say every minute you think about your thought, your desire, you get closer to it in some way, form, or fashion. Your mind will come up with a practical plan that'll get there. But every minute that you don't think about it, it gets this is just an example. It gets 5 minutes further away. You know what I mean? So because you hear everybody say, "Oh, I want a big chain," or I want this car," and then 30 seconds later they talking about Kim Kardashian or what this person did. Like that's not gonna work. They're not gonna manifest anything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yep.
When you think about it, it's like if it becomes a burning desire, every action you take is going to revolve around you attaining that goal. You know what I mean? And it's going to take all your experiences, everything that you've been through, and it's going to form a practical plan that's going to get you there. Now, whether you execute that plan is something more. People think they're going to get manifestation without any effort. That's not going to happen. You can create that reality for yourself, but you got to do what the plan says. Yeah, but I do agree that right there, the burning desire. This when you said burning desire, it just sounded like Napoleon Hill to me because that's how y'all always talking about.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I said it. Yeah, the book too.
Yeah.
I was just reading that. Yeah, that's. I think that book could teach you more than any school teacher or
Yep.
or
The
any
father of
indoctrination
motivation.
system.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, definitely though. Hey, I like that book, man. That I bought two of those books. Matter of fact, I
Yeah,
gave one.
this my
I
second
gave one to
time
my
reading it.
child.
Like the first time, it's a little slow to come by. You're a little weary about the ideology and how people things, they wording things in there. But then it's like you come around it a second time and you got a better understanding, and you double back to where it say, all right, go back to chapter 1. It relates to chapter 15, and now you like, hold on, wait a minute, like, all right, he actually saying something here. It's just you, having the
Yeah, the
to
desire. That's what it comes down to.
go back and actually, do the research. Like, all right, yo, what's he saying right here? Let me put two and two
Uh,
together.
doing your due diligence. Hey, I'll tell you another book that's good. It's by James Allen, and it's called As a Man Thinketh. You know what I mean? That focuses more on the negative thoughts we might entertain and we don't even realize. You know what I mean? And how that affects. I like that one. The James Allen book is a lot more is a lot shorter than but even Think and Grow Rich ain't that long a book. But James Allen book you can read it probably like an afternoon.
Mm.
That's the name of it. If anybody want to look, James Allen, As a Man Thinketh. It's an old classic book. The shit is like free everywhere.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'm on it, man. I'll be reading these books, just seeing what other people think.
Now you got to. I think most education got to be read. Everything written down, everything we need to know is already out there.
Definitely research the authors of the book. You know what I mean? You want to see what they did in their life. Because what sense do it make a man write a book called Think and Grow Rich and he was broke his whole life? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But Napoleon Hill, he did. He made some shit out of nothing. That's why he feel the way he feel. Like he actually, when it gets to our lives, people didn't think he was gonna be able to do what he did. And like you said, he had that desire. He made it happen. I actually got exposed to Napoleon Hill when I was like 13, 14. My uncle had like a VHS cassette set of them, and it was called Anything You Believe. Anything you can conceive and believe, you can achieve. And
Mm.
that's it. Yeah, and it was like him just breaking it down. Like if you can conceive it, and you got to think about all the nuances that comes with that position or that situation that you want. If you can believe it, if you can conceive it and believe that you can do it, it's why can't it happen? Only difference is you got to put in the work. A lot of people get lazy; they quit halfway through, so you never get what you was
I
after.
think that's all it is though. It's the articulation of thought at the end of the day. So when you get that articulation, you get that idea. All right, what you gonna do with it? How you gonna bring it to life? Because most of the people, they just stop at the thought and they just, all right, I could do this, this, and that. But what system are you setting
Right.
up to put that into motion? And the motion is
Yep.
really what creates the manifestation.
Yep. The most exactly. That's exactly you're exactly right with that. That's what I tried. I try and get like my boys say, oh man, I want to do a car dealership. I was like, so tell me what it's gonna be like if you had your car dealership. What will your day what will your day entail? You know what I mean? Like at what time are you gonna go up there? What you gonna do when you first get in there? You know what I mean? How many employees you gonna have? These are the details that people never wonder. They just think about the end result. Oh, I just know I make money if I have a car dealer. Nah, you gotta think about everything else that goes with it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll
Uh-huh.
be fucking with Side about that shit too. I'll be questioning him about his goals. Like, okay, so how you gonna get there? What's the next step? You know what I mean? How we gonna do it?
Right.
Here? You just wanted the details. The devil is in the details, so to speak.
Yeah, and everything changes along the way, but you learn as you go, and you adjust to the goal. You know,
Right.
so
You gonna adapt.
that's another thing right there. So it's like you got the goal, shit gonna happen, readjust it to the goal. You know what I'm saying? Everything in the
Same.
goal
Yep.
that you wrote the first time, it might not go the way that you thought it would. Update
Yep.
it, edit. That's it.
Yeah, just like the market, man. Before you get to that new high, you gonna see a pullback. You gonna have trials and tribulations on the way. It just ain't gonna be no smooth shit. I think everybody when y'all got in the trade, y'all assume like, oh man, this ain't gonna last. And in a year, I'm gonna have $1 million. You know what I mean? And then you realize,
Uh-huh.
shit, yeah, it's a lot of bumps in that road before you get there. You know what I
Yup,
mean?
yup.
But you gotta persevere,
Fundamentals,
resilience.
analysis, and you got strategies and systems, and everybody got their own. Like, all right, Dart.
That
Then
part.
you got the supply and demand. when you got the CS zones, Kings Point, you know, and for each person their own, each one works better for each person than one does to the other.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and it's that part, like you say. But then that's when a lot of people will deviate when they see, oh man, I don't want to do all that. Now they no longer want to make the $1 million at the end of the year. Now they just want to quit. Fuck it, I'll do something else. It's easier. Yeah, that's you're gonna see that a lot. That's 90% of traders. 95% of traders do that. They just lose their money. They quit. They don't want to. They don't want to put the effort for it.
Right. Nah, you're right, bro.
I mean, I think that's important that everybody know, man. You know, being in this Discord, it's work. It's work involved in this. You know, I gave Side $200. He gave me homework. You know, that ain't what you think. Oh man, I was gonna give you $200. I'm gonna get 10,000 in trades. Nah, you gonna get this homework and you gonna find your own 10,000 in the trades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, anybody on YouTube that's hearing this and y'all expect just to get in here and just get an infinite amount of trades, it ain't gonna work like that. You're gonna get in here and you're gonna have to put in more work.
Amen, amen. Most High say you can't get none without working. No matter what it
Man,
is, no matter what kind of work you do, you can't get. Oh, that nigga wildin'.
yeah, I was taught that too. I was taught, man, anything anything you can get without putting in work ain't really worth having.
Right.
Cough, cough. The trading for me. It's not worth it. And it's gonna be the same thing for you guys when you get to that point. That's why, as long as everything you're planning for in terms of success, in terms of the world, as long as it's not selfish and it's selfless, you'll have that next milestone already, you know, correctly documented in terms of your success. If you don't have that, eventually something's going to bring you down. Strip everything from your hands before you even know it.
Man,
you know?
I wanna be able to learn so much from Side. I could teach everybody around me how to trade. That way they ain't gotta work another day in their life. Everybody be stressing about some dumb shit.
Exactly.
It all comes down to money at the end of the day in the reality we live in.
Completely, brother. Completely. And everybody deserves some success. Everybody deserves some taste of accomplishment. And when I'm giving you these trades, you know, if there's no teaching lessons that are behind it, there's no sense of accomplishment for you. You might think you're making money and you might think you feel nice and you might think you feel good, but it's just a delusional concept. It's kind of like your parent beating you, telling you it's tough love when they're violating. They are violating. And they try to make it seem like this is normal, so your brain instinctively starts to think that, all right, their abuse is normal. This is what the world is like. And that person is now going to start to become a destructive force in this world. And that's all it is, bro. Just consistent repetition of these, you know, individuals that were taught by individuals who didn't know any better. So it's our duty, like you said, Hoover, to be able to make people not suffer no more. They're going to always complain about suffering and all these problems. But since we have the keys to success, it's like, it's our duty to help them now. 100%. We got to do it. Nobody else is going to do it, bro. But I appreciate your conversations, everybody. Thank you, Louie. Thank you, Hoover. That was really nice to listen to. I was eating some food in the background here. Let's go take a look at the supply and demand zones here. Yeah, look at that, Cody. Excellent work creating that new zone, by the way, Cody. Yeah, look at that. Good shit, bro. You say staying up late pays off? Nah, it does. You literally start breaking down everything. We have so many zones here now. So we got all the zones we need for this area. So which one's going to turn purple? Which one's going to turn yellow? That's what we're waiting for. We did hold on this purple one, so maybe this purple one might turn yellow soon. We just need a little bit more data when this falls down. We'll see how it reacts, and then we'll change the colors around. There we go, Louis. Excellent. 30%.
Yeah, that was a quick 5-minute trade. I ain't even gonna wait, man. Like I said, I bought it at 14. I just bought it. Like, man, I looked at, I'll be able to put my phone in my pocket. I can't watch it. I'm taking the 30%. That's my goal, 30%. I don't care if it go up to 1,000. I'm taking all 30%. 30% is good over here. Hey, ain't that a bitch? I swear to God. Yeah, that shit just jumped up another 50. Yeah, but here's what it is. I'm learning, man. I'm learning. Yeah, it was a good play. I could have held on to it, but this ain't holding nothing too long right now.
Excellent. I love that you can make that that conclusion right there.
Yeah, man, 30%, man. That shit. I knew it was gonna pop though, but I might miss that take profit point.
For us right now, we're still in that first trade that we bought right around here. The 656 call. And right now you're around $3. We're just waiting for this to go to around like 40 or 60 and we're going to sell it. We only bought one of them. So I'm going to send you a link into the Moomoo community for your phone. So if you click that link that I sent you and you go into your phone, it should automatically allow you to join the Moomoo community. Now what I'm going to do here is just to make things a little quicker for you. I'm going to follow you on Moomoo. And then I'm going to send you the community so you could take a good understanding. Wait, what did somebody say? Give me 1 second. I gotta read through this. You say I'm trying to get to the big daddy level like you. Yo. What the hell? What the hell, slug? Nah, I feel you, brother. So you're right there. A couple more days of y'all trading exactly how I'm describing you need to trade. Yeah, I got this. Hey, yo, Cody. Hey, yo. We're just waiting right now, by the way. Taking our time.
Hey, Salah, you want to hear something funny?
What's good, bro?
You know how biased I be on my calls, right? So I was like, yo, this shit going down. I buy a put. It goes into when it says order placed, but it's not filled.
Yeah.
And market start running back up.
Oh my god. So what's your plan right now? If that happened.
Nothing right now. I just canceled it. I'm gonna just wait till I get home so I can actually look at like market analysis. But I'm on my phone.
Excellent. There we go. I like that. I tend to do that sometimes as well. Even if I could see my trading, my fault. I got food in my mouth right now. My bad.
Very good. I
Even
could
if I got,
understand the market.
you know what I mean? Even if you got trading view on your phone, it's just like it's better to just see everything at home when you're comfortable and stuff
Yeah,
like
like it's lucrative, but it's not like you're not getting the full,
that. Mm-hmm.
shebang.
At least not yet.
You
When
don't
you're
get
on
to
the trip
see
and shit
all
like
like
that, nah.
momentum and shit.
Like right now, like nah, yeah. Use everything you can.
We had to put some oil in the CRV.
How's the CRV?
She's good. I need to do a couple things though. Wheel bearings, wheel control arm.
Oh, I'll help you. I've done the that shit before with mine. So if anything, let me know. I'll pull up.
Well, the wheel bearings, I got to take it to a
Oh,
shop.
wheel bearings? Yeah, I don't know how to do that shit. Yeah, that's.
Wheel control arm, I could most likely do. I'll probably have to get another wheel lock now after I change that.
But I would love to
It's
help,
got
bro.
a
Hell yeah.
exhaust manifold leak.
I had one too. Yeah, for some reason, why I don't know why they get that shit.
Yeah, wheel bearings ain't that hard at all.
Well, not they're not depending on the car. These are pressed in, so I have to press them out. I don't have the
Ah,
machine.
yeah.
If they weren't, I looked it up. Trust me, some of them would just be on the wheel hub. You could just pop it out, but nah, it's not like that.
Right. You just know the grease is but they basically simple as hell, yeah. I guess if it's
Trust me, I'm
pushed in,
I'm
it ain't
almost
so much.
DIY, bro. That's why I started working on cars. Motherfucker, I take my shit to the shop, come back with something else fucked up.
Yup.
I was like, you know what? I'd rather just save me some money. If I fuck it up, I'd rather know that I fucked it up, have somebody else, fix it, and I pay somebody to fuck my shit up.
Yeah. I definitely feel like I be doing shit on my car. I had my boy, hey man, why didn't you say you can do this? I don't know that I can do it yet. I fuck my shit up. I don't want to fuck nobody else up. Yeah.
Yo, what?
You gotta go to the shop with your head down. Hey man, look, man. Go ahead. Can y'all handle this?
Right. Some motherfuckers, they don't play that shit. They be like, yo, who you taking to before this? Then you gotta say, I bought it like that.
Yeah. You tell them you did it. You just add to the price.
You had another $150.
Yeah, I just grabbed the 655 call, man. I got it for $7. And let that ride.
0 day?
Yeah, what I do, I try when if side give a play, I normally go one strike closer.
There we go.
Yeah, I can't do that last 5 minutes shit, boy. That shit have me nervous. if I'm up a little bit, I'll let it ride, man. Yeah, so I grabbed a 655 OP.
Yeah, usually every single day I try to aim for what's the middle end of the consolidation. So let's just say if the one thing you're gonna notice is most of our options they're either one strike away from going up like 100 to like 1,000%, or they're like 500%, but they don't go up to 1,000. So the options that we normally choose are normally smack dab perfect in terms of just how the market flows and how it actually trends up and down during a slow day like this. It's crazy. But I used to question it. I used to be like, why why am I able to see stuff like this or do it like this? But it's just an unnecessary question. Once you could see it, you just do it, because if you don't, the universe is going to remove your abilities to see it. So there's always a window that a person gets in terms of success for them to have almost like a shortcut for more success. And it's like that's what you want to prioritize, is when you get that window, when you get that opening, you got to act upon it, and you got to, you know, slap that thing right out the park, pretty much. And I don't know. I guess whenever those windows just occur with me, I get really pulled into it. Like, I become a little delusional. I become a little weird. I start talking about some random stuff. But I don't know. I like when I do that. I like when it becomes a little delusional, because then it's just like, now you're trying to figure out what's the truth of everything. Might not really be delusional. Might just be looking at it differently. So in terms of everybody else here, make sure you post your notes in the notes section. Just make sure you can show the world your ideas, show the family your ideas, and then we'll see if we can help you improve. But first, we need to see how you think and your ideas that you have. So make sure you post those as well.
Hey, how much did you pay for the 656 call?
The 656 call we're still holding right now. That one is currently.
Yeah, how much did you pay?
So we made 100 right before it, and then we threw $10 into the next trade. And right now that the $10 trade is at $3 still.
Okay.
We only have one right now. Towards the end of the day, a little bit later, we're gonna throw in the whole entire account. Try to see if we could take it to 6,000 from 600. So we're just patiently waiting right now. Yeah, it's gonna be a big trade. We might take a $600 loss, or it's gonna be $2,000 to $4,000, maybe $6,000 of profit. You said risky play, question mark, you're in. There we go, Cody. In the heat of the battle.
That's why sometimes that had to be Cody.
Say that again, Louis.
Yeah. Hey, when I heard you say that, I was like, that had to be Cody that said that. I don't be looking at my phone. Yeah. I might sit that one out.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
You know what my favorite voice is on trading?
Your favorite? You said your favorite voice?
Yeah. You know what I like to hear? Order filled.
Order. I was just going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
My two favorite words.
Yo. With the,
I don't know what it is.
With the English accent.
I feel like I'm whistling that stuff to.
It'd be with the English accent too. Order filled.
Yo, for real. I'm like, all right.
Nah, yeah, that's how the futures platforms used to sound like when I used to trade off of them. I think they got like a girl voice now.
We got to come up with some social experiments.
Like what?
I don't know, like driving around, waving your hand out the window, see what people think.
A social experiment of motivation, like niceness? Is that what you're trying to say?
I know I was very
No, you're chilling, bro.
I mean,
It was an idea, it was a thought. Now let's build it.
Yeah, you know, we can build on top of that.
You said you said Moo fell out the sky.
Damn, food too.
Moo's tripping right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. This thing is tripping.
Hey, Robinhood's at 120, no? Did it hit 120? I'm not looking at it right now. It was at 119 this morning. Now it's at 117. Did it touch 120? It did. It did more than that.
By the way, Paul, thank you for posting in the Moomoo community your charts. I thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. Just keep it going. Let me see what you got every single day before a market opens up. I want you to send me what you think the market's going to do. And Yeah, just every single day, whenever you get a chance. Just yeah, it's for your own progression, you know, just so that you don't ever sit on your hands. Because sometimes even I do that all the time. Like think about it. We just turned an account from 10,000 to 30,000 within 2 weeks. We could have done that a month ago. Why do we do it now? Sometimes, you know, anybody will do this. Sometimes I do it all the time, you know, where I kind of don't aim for greatness. I know what I want to aim for. I know what the plan is, but it's just like I don't initiate what's next. You know, I don't initiate just a step forward. I do it all the time, ladies and gentlemen. So you doing your notes allows me to make sure that you don't ever stay stuck, because you're going to see that you took a win on Monday and you could have done it better on Tuesday. You're going to do it better on Tuesday and you're going to end up making more. That's the reality of it. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, for Mumu right now, I told everybody a couple days ago that the goal was basically for you to hit 169 and then potentially 155. So tomorrow, if you're under 183, we could play some puts going down lower. For now, we're just going to watch it. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you, brother. We're still waiting for SPY to bounce here. You see how SPY wants to go up higher and is going up higher overnight, and it gapped up. It's doing exactly what we want. But the trends during the day, they're suffocating themselves. It's almost like there's no momentum to bring the market up. That's because this market wants to fall right now. That's the reason why it's doing this. You didn't get the same trend in 590, 580, 560, 570, 600, 610, 620, 630. You did not get this same trend. It was only when you hit 640 that the market started to do this bullshit. Because that's what this is. I'll be honest with y'all. It's just complete BS. But we're still slicing and dicing it. We still haven't taken a single loss here. So, yeah, that's what's up.
It feels so good to hear you say that. I don't even. This is some bullshit.
Yeah.
We looking more human.
Yeah. Definitely 100%. I agree with you. It is. The way that they're controlling this market with the news and the data and revising numbers by a million. Like, yo, they're tripping. But they have no power over us no more. They used to. It's exactly why we're making money while everybody else is, you know, just in complete chaos and there's blood in the streets. But not here. It's complete control. Every single day. No matter what type of day or event happens, it does not matter. So, Cody, what's your next idea for the Mumu trades? You heard what I had to say? What are you going to plan to do? I'd love to hear it. You're just waiting now? Excellent. All right, everybody, just give me 1 second. Let me put my let me clean my plates. Let me clean my room real quick. I got some trash to throw out here. Got to make sure, you know what I mean, we stay organized, you know? Because if your room is organized, if your car is organized, if something is unorganized, or if it's organized, it displays your level of ability, you know? It displays your actual mental status. So as long as you can clean everything around you and keep it organized, your charts, the ideas, your room, get a haircut when you know you need to get a haircut. Get another pair of clothes when you know you need to get another pair of clothes. Dress nice, you know what I mean? Look good, smell good, feel good. That's what we all deserve. So make sure you guys don't just stay stuck here, kind of like thawing out in your seat. Because I would do that. You know how much years I've done that for? So make sure you don't do that. Go outside right now. Go take a break. Screw the market. Who cares what this thing does? Doesn't matter what it does. We're still going to have the upper hand and checkmate it every single second. Even if we don't even know what's happening and we jump in at a random moment at 3 o'clock, we're still going to checkmate it. That's just the way it is. Success is merely just a byproduct of us living and breathing, not us having to do work. Success is merely, again, just a byproduct of us living and breathing at this point. Every day is successful. And I appreciate you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, I would have never known this. I would have never got to this level of understanding. It was because of you guys that I got to this level. Because I got to see your mentalities and your perspectives. It really did help. It built literally this community into a monster. Sorry if I sound a little down, by the way, everybody. I don't know if it was the sleep. I don't know if it's the food. That's what I'm saying. I think I got to go outside real quick. I think I got to get some air. I want to have that crazy, you know, loud energy. That's who I am. So just give me 1 second, everybody. Let me head outside real quick. It was raining earlier when I went outside. Mad gloomy. Remember, we're going to get into a really big trade, you know, real shortly here. It's 1 p.m. If the market doesn't open up an opportunity for us to get into that big trade, are we going to do it? The answer is no. We're just going to miss out. It's okay. We already have $100 profit this morning. So technically, if I just use the other $90, because we put 10 into another trade, if I use $90, I could technically turn that into $900 at the end of the day. If I just get one good trade, I don't need to use my whole 600 no more. And that's how you want to think when you're trading. Because if I use the whole 600 and it's over and that's it, it's game over. You feel me? But tomorrow, at least I'll have another 500. Even if I lose that 90. So it's either I lose 90 or I make 900. That's it. Now we just got to make sure we actually don't lose the 90. Because y'all know how I feel about losses. I ain't going to have a loss unless we mess up on a certain step. Sometimes it happens live, but when it does happen, I make sure I'm loud with it. Just like yesterday when we got filled on that option and we forgot to cancel it. That's exactly how it happened. Not me trying to say that just to make myself seem better or feel better, but no, that's exactly how it happened. So whenever stuff happens, exactly how it happens, we must be open to stating it out loud so we can make sure it doesn't happen again going into the next day. It's kind of like a computerized thought pattern of just success. This market looks like it's about to start swinging to the upside. How much are these calls? You said you just joined today, Paul, and you never got more than the basic so far. That's what my chart looks like. That's excellent. So that's a decent chart. I'm not too sure what these levels are. In terms of supply and demand zones, Paul, these they wouldn't be supply and demand zones because when you're making supply and demand zones, everybody, and again, it might be something different. So just let me know. I'm just gonna continue to act like it is that, and I'm gonna explain this to everybody. While we have this music in the background, I gotta mute the YouTube. Give me 1 second. All right, good. Before I get copyright. All right, let me see here. You guys like this rock music? Is it rock music? I don't even know what this is, honestly. It just sounds good to me. I need more music like that if you guys have it. By the way, if you guys want my playlist, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to my channel and you go to my playlist, you'll see all my playlists for 2025 as well as 2024 and then everything else in between. In case you guys want some music. We got to make a playlist so that everybody can add music to it. So let me go do that right now, actually. How do I do this? Let's go here. Save. All right, everybody, I got the link. Go ahead and add your music to it. Whatever music you deem is acceptable, just make sure it's not too aggressive or too demonic. It's fine if it's rap, but just make sure, again, it's not too crazy. Because we all know that 90% of these artists, they're all demonic. That's the reason why they talk about all this bad stuff and not good stuff. But if there's an artist that talks nothing about, you know, bad and just straight good, then add them. Add them. We need them. Those frequencies, I'm telling you, they control you before you even know it. That's the reason why they removed all those bell towers that go on the top of cathedrals and certain churches, is because that resonance used to heal. It used to bestow upon one's soul and one's own understanding of the world, and it would help it. It would control it. It would provide it with order instead of chaos. That's the reason why they took all. And if you don't believe me, watch this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all those bells. Removed from churches. Look at that. A graveyard of bells, everybody. And this comes from that bad music, so they don't need the bells no more. Because you got music that can actually, you know, elevate you and help you, but the bells were very important. It just makes people a little bit more stupider. Makes people a little bit more unable to fend for themselves in this world, because you're basically being controlled by forces you can't see again. So remember that, everybody. Remind yourself that. I want to listen to this Brazilian playlist I got. I'm not gonna lie, I really like Brazilian music. Y'all down with pulling up with me on to Brazil? Nice little drop on the SPY here. I just bought calls here for SPY. Got that, everybody? Again, we bought calls right here for the SPY. We bought some 653 calls, which is just 80 cents away. Let's rock and roll. Now let's take a little break. We got our position settled. We bought into the market. Got some nice contracts. Very confident about it. So we're just going to give this some time now. See if the market is going to consolidate and fill the gap. Currently, all you did right now was fill about half of the gap. That's one of the main reasons why we're buying the calls here, because in terms of you filling a gap, there's a few ways that you go about doing it. And the ways you go about doing it are right here on the screen, everybody. Go ahead and take a picture of this whenever you get a chance. So this is how you fill gaps right here, everybody. Yes. So if you guys join the second membership, you will basically get all the trades. Yes, that is correct. I will have to start fixing the other Discord in a few seconds here, so everybody took a picture? Everybody's good? While I disappear, and while I'm not here for the next, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, what we're going to do is we're basically just going to let the market trend here. Let it shimmy and shake. And then we're going to see if we want to play any more massive positions towards the end of the day. We might do like another $100 position. Just try to see if we could take it from $100 to $1,000. For now, we're just waiting. I thank those that are watching from the sidelines. I thank those who are actually doing the notes and doing the charting. I really do thank you. Remember, this whole entire experience just depends on your own will and ability to maintain the fire and devotion inside your heart that's so extreme that nothing could truly actually undermine it. Even if the universe is going to throw stuff at you, that motivation and devotion rips anything apart, because they don't even understand how fiery you are. So in terms of your success here, make sure that you understand that it's completely dependent on your own will and ability to see your own value in yourself. Once you see the value in yourself, everything changes. The figment of reality starts to, in fact, change and starts to look different. The world becomes a little bit more brighter. It becomes a little bit more saturated. It feels like you're a little kid again, looking at the outside world. That building's way more orange than it should be. That light is way more yellow than it should be. That blue, that's a beautiful blue, you know? That's exactly how the world turns out to be. You just gotta start believing in yourself with this unparalleled sense of just will. That's it. Every single one of you are absolutely amazing, and I thank you all for showing up to my live every single day. Remember, I'm only 24. I'm very young, but yet you guys show me this, you know, this level of enthusiasm and want to learn that it completely, you know, changes my perception on how people see me. Because usually my whole life, you know, everybody's just been, they'll say you're smart and they'll say you know what you're doing and you can help them and it's cool, yes, nice, but they wouldn't really want to help themselves. And that's the saddest part, because I love people telling me about art. I love, you know, telling people about my accomplishments and stuff like that, but what value does it have when they don't even want themselves to be accomplished? It's just me trying to talk and me trying to act weird and stuff like that, and we don't have time for that. So again, we're now up another $100. We're already up 50% on this whole account with just 2 small, tiny scalp trades. Nothing too major, nothing too big. That's the beauty of it, everybody. Money out of thin air. Absolutely money out of thin air. It's crazy. When I was younger and I was, you know, trying to understand whether or not this market was something one could do, I never thought it would be this extreme. This is like way crazier than I thought. We're up $200 already, 30%. Yeah, we're up an extraordinary amount already. Again, this $500 account is already at $800 now. Just like that. We're going to put our stops here just to take our percentage and walk away. Because why am I not going to walk away with $150 that I just made within the last 10-30 seconds, right? That's how you got to think. Even if you know the market's going to go up higher, even if you know it potentially has more, you know, ability to go up to that crazy 654 level or 653 level, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes you got to hold yourself back, take whatever you can, take the small amount. The next day, take the small amount again. The next day, take the small amount, take the short end of the stick, because then at one point you'll understand how to actually take the full stick. You know? You gotta take the short end of the stick though sometimes. All right, everybody. So I'm going to take my little break here. By the time I come back, it should be time for the next trade. So far, every trade was perfect. Not only just perfect, it was weirdly... it's almost like we got a crystal ball somewhere back here. That's what it feels like, right? We're up $200 here. 30% already. Again, everybody turning money into something out of thin air, you know? All right, everybody, we sold it. Now we're going to wait for the next position. Crazy how fast we can make that much money, right? Come on, you got to believe, everybody. You got to know it's possible. It's crazy, right? Just get ready for the next trade. We might make it a little bit more. I'm telling ya. You could potentially buy back into these contracts now. One more time. All right, everybody. We could just buy back into these contracts the same way. They're the same price. So we're going to buy back into it here. We're buying the same 653 calls one more time. We already made 160 off of it. So we're just going to put 160 back into the trade. Just our profit. See if we could take this 160 into something extraordinary. I really want to go skydiving. I'm not going to lie to y'all. If I want to do something for my birthday, I'll probably go skydiving. But I don't know if I want to do it now. I'd rather do it with you guys in a couple months. We'll have like 20, 30 people do it at once. Because it doesn't cost that much. It's like a few hundred. So when we go to Hawaii, it's only like 400, I think. And imagine when you skydive in Hawaii, you could see the whole world. All ocean. All water. It's almost as if you're just floating in the atmosphere. You know? I feel like that right there is a crazy feeling. So that's the goal right now. What's good, culinary? I'm sure you could tell I'm having some fun. It's time. This is the birthday week. It's time to show you guys what I'm like at 1,000% energy. 1,000%, maybe 2,000, maybe 10,000, maybe we might even hit 1,000,000. We might hit 1,000,000% this time, everybody. I love this song right here. Oh my god, this thing is amazing. Make me some money, Spy. I need to buy myself a new pair of socks. You know what I want to listen to right now? I got y'all right now. Watch this. Rap Snitches by MF Doom. MF Doom is definitely my favorite artist, if I had to be honest with y'all. MF Doom, then you got like... Honestly, I like Westside Gun a lot right now. Westside Gun, Joey Badass. That's pretty much it. I used to like Chef G, but he's like a drill rapper, and I don't really like music like that no more, honestly. I mean, I listen to it, shit, but I just don't like it that much no more. It's just corny now. I don't know if you guys agree with me.
Like paid me for a track heavy game, some shit with Mr. Fantastic on the elastic. It's made out of plastic.
I bet. Hell yeah, let's check it out. I need you guys to fill in the blank spaces here while we just wait for this next opportunity, this next trade. So again, everybody, if you haven't taken a break already today, make sure you go ahead and take your break right now. Just go ahead and just go outside for a little bit. You feel me? Don't keep staring at the charts. Do not keep staring at the charts. Just go outside for a little bit. Get into your trades. We got into a nice trade right here. We're going to sell this thing the second you get to 633.64. At least the second time we bought into it. And then once you hit the top end up here, we're going to potentially get into a put, but we just might take it real slow, you know. Just real slow. That's all you got to do here. If you just fall out the sky and you continue going to a new low, we'll wait for it to fill the gap, which is... I mean, you're literally meters away from it. You're just about to fill it right now. So once you fill it, we'll see if we want to get into some more trades. But again, we're not going to get into something right away because we just got something right now. It still has potential, so we're chilling right now. We're just going to leave it on the board. All right, everybody. We made some good money today. We don't need to trade no more. Any more trading besides this is kind of ridiculous. We already doubled almost every single account. So let's just take it real slow. And think about it for a second. We doubled every account with a slow day like this. That's the most insane part. Truly. A really slow day like this. So yeah, let's keep it rocking and rolling, everybody. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Make sure you do your notes. Make sure you break down your charts. Break down your ideas and your goals. And start to create an actual realistic plan. Just looking at the profit that one was able to make today. And just look at today's profit, right? So today we made around 300. If I make another 300 for the rest of this month, I'm going to have another, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12. Have around 4,200. So if you all just follow these trades for the rest of the month, you're going to have around $4,200, which is about 2 years of my Discord membership by the end of 1 month. And you got to plan for the long term, you know? Plan just like that. Plan for the long term. Other than that, everybody, call me, text me. Let's start chopping it up right now. Dr. Wad, if you have some some time right now, just let me know. We'll chop it up. If not, we'll chop it up after the market is done. You said no V-shape for Mumu. That's all good, brother. Sometimes it happens, you know, especially with chaotic and crazy days. We still got to learn how to trade Mumu in terms of like a teachable, consistent, repetitive thing. So once I figure that out, I'll make sure I share some of that information with you. You're still killing the game right now. Absolutely killing the game. One loss compared to all those wins you had, that loss can't even touch the wins, you know? But whenever you have a loss, it's kind of like, ah, damn, you know? It's like, ah, man. But don't let yourself feel like that. Hell yeah, Cody. I would love to see that. I would love to see you be able to actually figure that out by yourself. And then if we combine ideas, once you figured it out and I figured it out, that right there is indestructible. It's like yin and yang, you know? That's what's up, brother. Same thing for everybody else. If there's a stock that you really like, put my trading styles on top of it. Start to put your own trading styles and ideas on top of it. And then see where it gets you. The combination of two great people is going to equal an even greater combination, you know? It's kind of like throwing a match in a forest that already has a fire going on. That extra fire is just going to make the flame brighter and stronger. And that's all we do with each other here. We make each other brighter and smarter and stronger at the same time. So it's crazy. I wish when I was younger I was thinking like this, you know? I wish that we're taught to think like this. Because then, like, imagine the capabilities of a person. Because we're always being held back. And it's unfortunate, really. All right, everybody. Thank every single one of you. We're going to take a little break here. We're going to try to reset, breathe a little bit, get some sunlight. We'll come back to see how this trade goes. And then from there, boom. We'll move forward. We'll come up with the next idea when we get back. Let me know, Stefan or Prime or anybody else who's here. I'll leave you guys on the reversal chart. Right now you're at 1.5, which is exactly what you did to the top up here. So you just did an equal reaction. Now we want to simply see this run at least back to the midpoint here. It's crazy how that little trade we just got into a couple seconds ago was almost $200 of profit just right here. Just that little uptrend right there. So now if we actually hold this and continue to run up here, we might make like another 200-300 here. Just from a cheaper trade, you know? All right, everybody. So I'll see you in a second here, okay? Take it nice and easy. Remember, nice and easy. Plan it. Predict it. Come up with an idea and execute it. Don't stay on the sidelines here. Even if you have no capital, paper trade. Paper trade, paper trade, paper trade. Don't ever tell me that paper trading is not as valuable as trading with real money, because that's your only way to actually learn without having to take a real loss, you know? So paper trading is everything. So everybody here, in the meantime, what I want you to do is just paper trade. That's it. Get like at least like 5 paper trades. Trade SPY, trade Tesla. Just look at it for 5 seconds and be like, all right, I think it's going to do this. And then throw the paper money inside and see what happens. If you're wrong, write out what your plan was and why you thought that you wanted to do that, why you thought it was a good idea. And then the next thing you're going to do is basically just come up with a foolproof plan of having how you're going to do it next time. And then the next paper trade you might lose again. But it doesn't matter. Keep getting smarter. Keep getting more intelligent. Become more knowledgeable. And everything shall work out for you. Truly. That's how this works here, everybody. It's going to work out in your favor every time. So right now you're about to hit the 200-day moving average. You're filling the gap from last night, which is perfect. Got a little bit more to go. We'll see if you can fall straight down to 651, just like how we wanted you to fall here in the morning. If not, we'll see if you hold here. That's pretty much all. That's all we had to talk about. All right. So I'll see you guys in a second, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, hello. How you doing over there? All right, now you know what time it is. It's time for notes. So if you have the opportunity, if you have the chance, if you're not working right now, right? If you are working, just wait for you to get off of work. Whenever you get home, just make sure you get an opportunity to do this, right? Take your notes. I want you to write down what times you bought. I want you to write down exactly what your thought process was throughout the whole day, from morning to, of course, afternoon, right? You don't have to include pre-market now because obviously it already happened, but just include today's data. If you have data for yesterday that you did not post, I guess yes, you can also include that, but that's the only way. Be truthful. Don't try to play nobody. Don't play yourself, right? If you don't have the data for yesterday and you never made a plan, point blank, just say it. For tomorrow, what we need to do now is we need to make our plan. So in terms of what we think the market's going to do tomorrow, yesterday we told everybody the market was going to actually fall down to the 200 moving average and then it was going to run up. You did in fact run up, right? We had a beautiful trend to the upside. And it was kind of funny because you did it in the morning. I'm not too sure when we even bought, but I think we bought around here, right? When we bought, and then we ended up going plus $200 right there, just in that one trend. And then when you fell down to the bottom here, we ended up buying again, as well as averaging down here, right? And down here. And then we basically just lost that amount of capital, which was the whole entire account. Ladies and gentlemen, we lost the whole entire account. But it is okay. It's all right. Sometimes that's just what happens. So what do we have left on that account? $3. Can you guess what I'm going to do with that $3? I'm going to turn it right back into $600. What if I lose the $3? That's okay. It's all right. We'll add another $3. At this point, I'm telling you, we're going to take it right back. That's all that's going to happen here. In terms of just the flow for today, no, yeah. It's just like a regular 0 day, right? You end up snapping up in the morning, following that one trend throughout the whole entire day, and you're not getting that reversal. So in terms of it being an abnormal trend, it's not. This is something you normally get when you're in a bullish market. It's about to turn bearish, and that's exactly what we're getting now. So in terms of the 0 day price action, yeah, it makes sense. It's bullshit, but at the end of the day, it makes sense. You would definitely like 90% of other days that are bullish, when you get the flow like how you got this morning in terms of you hitting that specific 654 number that I told you all yesterday. We told everybody you were going to gap up. You gapped up. You fell down. You filled a quarter of the gap, and then you ran up to a new high. Then you fell down, filled a little bit more, and ran up. This time you're now making a new high. That right there, for tomorrow, we're going to use that as an indication. So in terms of tomorrow's price action, we'll see exactly how it runs up, how it runs down, or how it falls down, right? And then the second it runs up, if it starts to tank and you start to get below certain reversal points, like number 1, we'll just continue to play the downside. Because tomorrow's most likely going to be one-sided as well. I could definitely see it being completely bullish, right? Because if you pay attention to where the market's running up now, just wait for tomorrow, see where it opens up at. If it's anywhere above 652, you're going up to a new high. And you're going to most likely hit 656 tomorrow, worst comes to worst. So the same options we played today were 653. Tomorrow we're going to wait for the 653 options to get really cheap again. We're going to buy it with just $3, right? Just 3. And then on my other account, I'm going to dump the whole entire thing into it again. And we're going to see how this goes. And again, this is just due to the flow. You understand? You're at 652. You ran up to the midpoint. If you make a box from the top of the trend to the bottom, you did a regular trend. It was one-sided, but you are doing something that's regular in terms of an attribute, which means the market's not breaking yet. In fact, it's actually respecting itself, which means within the next 2 to 3 days, we could still see another high. 657, 659. This definitely looks like it has the potential of running up even higher, because you have to acknowledge the way you fell, right? You fell from a 4 to a 1. Say that again? Oh, my fault. No, you're good. You're good. I was just saying it's just psychological, right? When the market ran up today, you ran to a 4. That's the reason why I told everybody to play puts to a 1. So we did that. After we played the puts to a 1, we then played the calls right after that. So it was pretty good. The way we chopped it up, the way we actually had our ideas, it was excellent. It's just the market wanted it to be one-sided and wants to go down a little bit lower, and at the same time kill all value for the 0 days specifically, because there's a lot of money that's transacted with 0 days. Remember that. It's about $1 trillion just in 0 days. So there's a lot of money that people just took right there. You could say that $1 trillion was made today by some group of people. If not, you could say 500 billion, right? Half of a trillion, because if a trillion is the total volume, of course you got to cut it in half, right? Because of both parties. So let's just say the other party, half of it, the people who were playing the put side, they made that 500 trillion or 500 billion. Tomorrow is going to be another war. It's going to be the complete same price action, if not better. And I can't wait. Even if it's chopping sideways, what we'll do is we'll take our percentages very early. We'll go in very heavy. Take the percentages very early, just like today. And then what we're going to do towards the afternoon is only use specific amounts. $50, $100. There was an SPX contract that I was trying to get you guys into. But around the same time, my phone was dying and it was starting to lag a little bit. So I needed to take out the charger. But by the time I took it out, it was just too late. When my phone turned back on, that same SPX option was already at $200. So we were going to buy it for around 70, 75, 80. But yeah, it just didn't work out. So that would have been something that would have softened the blow. That's also something else that we had to talk about. Even if we didn't do it, it happens. But the simple fact that we thought about it, took a picture of it, and the simple fact that we saw it go to $200, that was perfect. Because again, that would have softened the blow by about half of, the loss. It was $600 in terms of the account that we lost, right? We started with 5, brought it to 7. First it was like 600. Then we took a low loss with the $10 contract. After we took the $10 contract, we then threw the whole entire $580 into, well, it was 500 at first, and then we threw in the $80 right after. And at that point, the market just began to continuously fall the whole entire day. It might have been 80. Let me see. It might have been a little bit more now that I think about it. We got to 30. We had 39 contracts. I think that's the most contracts I've ever had on like a small account. That's kind of funny. When was the last time I had that many contracts? Honestly, I can't. 2023 maybe? I think 2023 when I was buying those $3 and $2 contracts. That was probably the last time I had this many. But that was 500 contracts. This is only 39. So it's not terrible. But yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. The way the market kept falling all day. That was brilliant. Because tomorrow, I want you guys to understand, I'm not going to sleep. You think I'm going to take that? Yeah, you think I'm going to sleep after that? You know how I feel? I'll take it. I could deal with the emotion. I don't get emotional, but even though I made, I made 2,000 on one account, if we don't include all the other, accounts, because obviously that's not real money. If we just talk about what's real money, we already made 3 times what we lost today. But even though we lost it, here's the thing. I'm not going to take that for an answer. You know, what the amount of money that we're going to make on, you know, tomorrow and Friday and Monday, which is perfect. I mean, I think it was good that this has happened, actually, because now it's going to fuel what's going to happen next. And if what I'm thinking is correct, right? If we're talking logically here, not from emotion, in terms of what we're capable of, I think this is going to be a show. Because the charts are all done. We have hundreds of charts at this point. We've been updating them very slowly. But there's still a couple things we got to add, we got to fix. So tonight, we're not going to sleep because we're going to make sure that every single chart is perfect. Every single name, every single ticker. We're going to come up with another 500 to 1,000 buys. And then once we do at least 500 to 1,000 across all these different names, at that point, we can go sleep for at least an hour or two, and we're going to wake up for tomorrow, and we're going to absolutely crush it. If you don't want to sleep, you don't want to sleep. I'm not going to sleep, I'll tell you that much. As soon as, I can trade Forex, I'm trading Forex. And we're taking that account to at least 100K by tonight. I will scalp my way to heaven if I have to. Yep. There we go. The vacation account was pretty good today. We made a pretty good amount because of Nvidia and then because of Snapchat. It still literally just ran right back up. And then we started making money with Redwire. So that was pretty nice. Redwire is, by the way, is the space company. There we go. We got to buy more this week. Yeah. So this week we're gonna buy. Last week we bought. We didn't buy nothing. So the week before we bought 10. This week we're gonna have to buy 20 because we didn't buy 10 last week. And then next week we're gonna have to buy another 10. At that point, everybody should be at 40. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring these accounts to a crazy number by the 15th, if not by the end of the 15th, by the end of my birthday. By the end of the time you see that thing hit 4 p.m., all of, everything we've wanted, of course, in terms of a goal would have been accomplished. And, being that forward-leaning, being that forward-thinking, because, again, in order for you to actually be a millionaire, what's the first thing you had to do? You had to think as if you are a millionaire already. If you cannot think like that, eventually what's going to happen is the emotions going to get to you at whatever level you're at, and they're going to bring you right back down. Happened to me every single step of the way. When I was at 100, when I hit 200, when I hit 4, that's exactly what happened to me. So in terms of how you're going to progress here, you're always going to hit a funny number that's going to not make you feel all right. And when you don't feel all right, you do not put the whole entire account into the trade. That's the first thing you don't do. So if anybody today took more than a $600 loss, I need you to raise your hands and put it into the chat, because now we're going to start to examine if everybody's following the rules. And as long as you all respect that there always needs to be rules whenever you're doing something and you're trying to make a proper environment that has this level of articulation that can change the world, as long as you understand that, you would understand that there needs to be rules. So in terms of rules, we're going to see exactly how much everybody lost. You got to be truthful. Again, don't play yourself. It's just going to hurt you in the long run. So be truthful. Tell me exactly how much you lost. Send it into the YouTube chat or into the Discord. We have a losses category, which oddly enough, nobody likes posting in. Cough, cough. So make sure you guys start posting in the losses category. Tell me exactly how much you lost. Tell me how much you lost from last week's profit. From a month ago's profit. Tell me how much you lost since you met me. Make sure you also have that as another little topic. Because again, we want to quantify every single aspect. Everything. Everything has to be on paper, drawn, written, because that's the only way it kind of, has any opportunity to change in the first place. If you don't do that, it's just not going to change. The change is never going to happen. So if you lost a lot of money, everybody, post it. Let's see what happened. Let's see what occurred. For the second time we got into that SPY option. I'm sure everybody understood how we vocalized it inside the Discord. I don't know if you guys saw how I was looking out for y'all. Did y'all guys peep that or nah? When I said run it back in terms of the SPY calls, how much options did I tell you to buy? That's all good. Does anybody else remember? But remember, we sold the first play, so we were up $200. We took it to 700, and then we sold it. We took it to 740, in fact. So we were up a ridiculous amount with just 2 trades. We told everybody to sell. That's why I want to see exactly who did what, because in theory, the only person that should have took a big loss today was me. In fact, I should have took the biggest loss out of everybody, including the YouTube and the Discord. So the reason why sometimes this occurs is that I think that the trade was going to go our way. Absolutely, of course. That's why I averaged down so much. But do you get days like today where it's one-sided? Yes. That's exactly why I tell you guys 0 days are dangerous. Because you get days like this. It's $4 straight down. You had some reversal points. We were profitable many of those times. But it's not something we wanted. So there was profit on the table. It was good. It was pretty good. Not bad. Even when you bounced up, you pretty much went straight back to $12. So meaning we were only down $170 at one point. And we could have took the loss, but still, it's fine. If the trade's not going our way and we're not correct about the market hitting 653, that's fine. What I want you all to notice is, what did I tell you this morning, though? It's always funny how every single time we play and every single time we trade, when it comes to the 0 days at the end of the day, it's always one strike off, huh? So guess what we're going to do tomorrow? You see now? That's how you checkmate the market. That's pretty much it. So that right there, as long as we just have that one improvement, there's going to be a stupid amount of capital we make tomorrow, and that's all we need. Because I'm also going to trade SPX tomorrow, just to make sure we make this money back in one day, only using $3 to $80. So I'm going to have $3 on one account and $80 on another account, which is, remember how we took a $4 account to $1,000 like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, we still had that account. So we literally threw in everything into Snapchat, Redwire, and we still have some extra capital on it. So we're just going to use that account, grow that account at the same time while we're growing this account, which is the Weeble account, and then go from there. That's it. That's all that needs to happen tomorrow. So in terms of what you're going to see for charting, everybody, the one thing I want you to do is just ask a bunch of questions. Sure, you understand I need to move quick in order for me to do all these charts. So again, tell me to pause, ask questions. Make sure you're ready. Make sure you got your notepad out. Make sure you're ready to take notes. We're going to end this YouTube video so that we can have it be 2 separate videos. And then we're going to start another one. And whoever's here could just join right back up in the next video. And then we're just going to chart. We're just going to chart here. Saturday... yeah, pretty much. We'll do it for like an hour on YouTube, and then we'll turn everything off and then just do everything on the Discord for the rest of the night, just in case anybody wants to talk about anything. Cause I don't like when people's personal information is like, you know. So it's kind of like it's always better for you to have 2 environments so people feel more comfortable. The second one I won't record. Because we have enough information. We have enough data. All these charts that I would teach you privately is what I'm teaching you publicly. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything about my trading styles that you see me use. You're just going to see me fix them. But once everything's off, everybody on the Discord, you can then ask me questions about the trading styles that you see on the screen. For now, pay attention to every single chart that I show. There's always going to be a number at the top. So you can always take a picture, document it, send it to me. Tell me, hey, I want to learn more about this trading style. And as long as you do that, that's perfect. I'll basically help you. Again, this goes for everybody on the Discord. In terms of YouTube, you got to document from afar. It's going to be a little bit harder over there, but that's proper. Kind of makes you learn more, you know? Makes you actually compete with my members that are part of my group. It actually gives you an opportunity instead of me just giving you everything, right? So again, everybody, loud and clear before we end this video, because sometimes people skip to the end. We took a $600 loss. We could have sold for profit many, many times, but we wanted to turn that account to 1,200, if not 2,000 at least, minimum, right? 2,000, we would have put a nice little stop loss. At least sold it out at that point. If not, we probably would have put a stop loss at 1,200, because then at that level, we could have just put in only around $70 at the end of the day into the calls, which would have ended up actually working out, because you would have bought those calls for around $4, and then they went to around 11. So in theory, if we, actually never traded the 0 days, the whole entire day, and we waited for the last 30 minutes, like the last, you could say not 30, like 35 minutes, right? Because you can still buy on Webull up to 30 minutes before close. So at, like, let's just say 320, if we would have bought those options point blank, guess what? Did they work out? Loud and clear, everybody. Did they work out? Exactly. So now do you see the difference for tomorrow? We're going to have different periods in which we're going to actually invest certain amounts into. And by all means, regardless of what this trend does, just how we're going to measure it, we're going to be able to actually take up all that profit by the end of the day tomorrow. Even if we got to trade 30 times tomorrow, even if I got to trade across 10 accounts, I'm going to use a very small amount across any account, and we're going to make that same amount of money that we lost today, which was $600, everybody. We got to make it back tomorrow. Because then that makes it right. Then this makes this the best group in the world. If it doesn't happen, that's it. There might be another better group.